Hello everybody, welcome to True Crime Metrics. We're going to be going through some science work today, trying something a little different. I was talking to a science man earlier today and he told me about some book learnings. So we're going to be going through the testimony, the 2019 testimony starting off. I actually did start to go, what I really want to have a look at is every time Wendi Adelson can't remember the answer to a question. She doesn't know, she thinks so, it could have been, maybe, you know, there's a lot of it, right? She's up there on trial, we've seen her on the stand 4 times already as an unindicted co-conspirator. And with the arrest of her mother, her brother, and others, you know, many are left to wonder. When will she be arrested? Surely she should be next. Surely it should have happened already. You know, I've had dreams about it. Somebody sent me a link to something the other day with no explanation other than the short sentence, "This has just happened." And before I even saw what the link was, I was like, has she been arrested? You know? But no, it was just something else. So, yeah, there's a lot of hunger out there at the moment for her arrest, to see justice, to see the completion of justice for the Markel, for Phil, for Ruth, for Shelley, for everybody. And all of us, right? I mean, we're going to be happy. I mean, do you realize how many parties and celebrations there are going to be, you know, about her arrest when it happens? When will it happen? Where will it happen? We don't know. She doesn't know. So yeah, I want to focus on her bad memory and take a look at the linguistics behind that and see what we see. I did start going through an edit to bring out all the little bits and pieces where she can't remember, but I soon found that it was most of the whole thing anyway. And actually, the questions that she can remember or does give affirmative assertions and the like, or denials, firm, which isn't very often, that actually does add some context. So why not let's go through the whole thing again for the 18th time, right? First of all, we need to get our chat. Where is our chat? Hello, chat. Welcome back. Just give me a moment here. We're warming up. Yeah, I thought it might be nice to get a shorter form show, but this is going to be a nice long form show today in classic metric style. What do we do here? Pop out. Pop out, chat. Well done. Good job, chat. Yeah. Michelle, Chauncey, Christina, Daphne, Veronica, Margaret. A lot of estrogen in the room tonight, huh? Where's my man, David Anderson Kirk? I think he's busy with some DJing or something cool, something so cool, and yeah. Okay. There it is. Boom. Thank you, Haley Ryan, for the very generous and early, punctual, prompt super sticker there. We love super stickers on this channel. We've had it, you know, I just cleared all my browser cache because for some reason, where I normally add the live stream goals, the little form you have to fill out to add a goal doesn't work. Why not? It's ruining my business. So we do have several goals in the pipeline today. Probably the best way, as we can't do YouTube goals, is just to head over to buymeacoffee.com, right? Couple of coffees, for 4 hours worth of entertainment. Does that sound like a bad deal? I don't think so. I think it sounds like a sweet deal and a half, right? Head over to buymeacoffee.com, buy us a couple of coffees on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics to support the channels, to support the dream, to support the goal. What are our goals? Well, I think we're definitely going to get our server back online this Sunday, which is tomorrow. But also longer term, Adelson Cookbook. We all know it's got to happen. We all know it's working. We all know the idea is there. It exists. We all know what the demand is, right? That's our major long-term goal. I reckon 3 months. 3 months to market. With your help, we can do this. What are we covering in the cookbook? Well, we're obviously covering the paella bar. We're obviously covering sushi, pizza, skyline chili, Maine lobsters, banana bread, red velvet cake. I mean, we're going to have a special section at the back called Everett's Treats. That's going to be the dessert section, because you all know Judge Everett. You all know that look on his face when he goes to a fancy restaurant and they finish the entrees and he hears the squeaky wheel of a dessert trolley being pushed out by the waiter. Oh, it's here. You know, he just loves Sweet Tooth Everett. That's why he gets a special mention, honorable mention, in the Adelson Family Cookbook. Bring it to us, we'll bring it to you. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Oh yeah, that's the other thing tonight. You know what I'm going to do tonight? I'm going to not put any ads. No ads on Metrics, because I know most of you faithful followers, you know, pay for YouTube Premium, as I do, which means no ads ever on anything. It's great. It's $8 a month. Everybody should do that. And that's not a paid promotion, guys. They don't give me shit. But I'm never going to go back. For what? So I can listen to fucking ads all day? No way. But for those of you too cheap, for those of you too cheap to get YouTube Premium, we are not running any ads tonight, because I want to see what it does to the numbers. Because I think a certain number of people watch and then go, oh, there's too many ads. So we're going to see if we get any viewer retention today. That's what we're going to do. Trying something new. Not that the ads give us much anyway. I mean, if we get 1,000 views on a live stream, which is probably, you know, that's quite a good day, really, at the moment. We used to get more. But now, like, 1,000's good. What does that work out to me? About fucking €6. Not much at all. So we'll try no ads. Maybe that's a better business model. More people, more coffees, right? That's the best way to support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. You know what time it is. You know what to do. You know where to go. Links in the description. All right. Let's start this show. We're going to start off with John Lauro. Hide that thumbnail. Play that vid.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. It's John Lauro.
Man, didn't that... I know we can only see the back of his head, but the bushy, like, his haircut took about 15 years off him, don't you think? Like, when we've seen him in later trials, he's got a snazzy haircut, and now it's Mr. Bushy.
Lauro, and I'm counsel for Ms. Adelson.
All right. And it's my understanding that the state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Cappleman?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And based upon that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony cannot be used against you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Has that your...
But I wonder what he charged for that, hey? One thing I always like to do with Wendi Adelson is take her incongruent behavior, incongruent as it applies to the setting that she is in, like this darting around of the head and eyes everywhere. I mean, it doesn't appear, you don't see any other witness do that, do you? At all. It doesn't feel right for where she is testifying. So where would it be? Where would it be appropriate? This is always a good thing to do with Wendi Adelson. We did that a lot in her interview, in her interrogation video. But I'm just trying to think, if we see this again, look.
Yes, sir.
All right, has Secretary, please.
Your Honor, could I just get an estimate on?
Certainly seems on edge, doesn't it? It looks like maybe a soldier that just got captured by the Viet Cong and is now in a POW camp, you know, and they're just checking out. Oh my God, where am I? What is this? Who are they? What are they gonna do? Oh my God, how am I gonna? It's like this ultra high alert thing, which maybe it does fit the situation then, taking into account her certain guilt.
Your Honor, could I just get an estimate on the time so I can tell the reporter?
I think she said about 45 minutes.
Would we then break after theirs and reserve cross for Tuesday?
No. We're gonna finish today with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe that we're going to be able to do the deposition today.
That's up to you.
You guys can secure a reporter for us. We'll lose our reporter at 6.
Oh,
Colleen, hello Colleen.
have to work on that. Don't know.
We're waiting.
Yours in the courtroom?
Safety.
Sonic Boom, is that you, Michelle? Oh, thank you so much, Michelle. That's a great way to get us started. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat on the YouTubes.
Could everybody be seated, please? May I proceed, Ms. Captain?
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know?
Microphone up just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am.
Yeah, I was going to
All
say.
right.
I'm an attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right, and did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
First one. What? 25 seconds in, 30 seconds in? Memory problem, right? And what do we see? We see eyes up and to the right.
Did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
Pursing of the lips, eyes up to the right, head tilted to the left, right? We need some sort of code, right? What would be the code? Pursed lips, PL. Eyes up, PLEU. Pleu. PLEU, eyes up. PLEU. Eyes up, right. Head tilt left. Chin out. Plier hutler ko. So that's our code.
We met in 2004.
Okay, and when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Even that, I'm going to put that as a memory problem as well. How do you not know that? You get married and then you go, well, when was that? Who did I marry? Where did we marry? Was there a wedding?
Did you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you?
What did we hear? Was it yesterday? When was I can't remember when it was. I think it was yesterday when we did a very short stream when I just woke up and then everyone else was asleep, so I left. But she said something like, "Yeah, I loved the honeymoon, apart from having Dan there." It's like, if you didn't enjoy being with the person that you've just married, would it be a good honeymoon? Does anyone remember where they went? I remember learning about that from the Over My Dead Body podcast, and about a friend of Dan who had emailed him, but it doesn't matter. I think it was somewhere in the Caribbean, whatever.
You first moved to Tallahassee.
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August.
Same thing, huh? I mean, this is her. And what I want to see in particular as we go through everything, I think we're going to do every single testimony she's done in 4 trials, just in a straight, try and do 2 shows a day, just knock this out. In each trial, she's got a slightly different evolution of her, characteristics and body language and these little practice moves, right? How to look like you're remembering something. I mean, it's fairly common knowledge that it is eyes up and to the right, but if you do it habitually and it becomes forced, it's actually an indicator of deception rather than an indicator of genuine memory searching. It's like when the thing that's too widely known for it to mean anything anymore, which is if someone is lying to you, they might not be able to make eye contact. Well, what happened is all the liars found out about that, and then whenever they started lying to you, they made really heavy eye contact, right? And now then that becomes the unnatural thing. So it's not an action that you want to look for, it's a forced action. And what we're seeing here is a forced action, isn't it? Eyes up, I need to remember something, so I'm going to go like this. We met in, I'm searching my brain, 2004? And that's another thing she does with the linguistics is do the rising intonation thing to sort of say, is that right? She does it all the time with these strange memory guessing denial things.
Of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006, and then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why?
But the question is, when did you live in Tallahassee? But you felt the need to get in your year living in Miami.
Did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right.
Yeah. This is another thing she does a lot, and it's a very lawyer thing to do. She managed to get in a narrative there, and by any reasonable person listening to it, they would assume the answer was he tried to get a job at what was it, Miami Law School or whatever, and it didn't work out. He tried to get a job down there and it didn't work out. Now, because we're all human beings, we can infer from that statement that Danny applied for a job and he didn't get the job. So he was jobless, so they had to return back to Tallahassee because he couldn't get a job, right? But she didn't say that, did she? What she said is, he tried to get a job down there and it didn't work out. But, you know, that's a statement that cannot be said to be perjury. Sorry, what did I say? Purgatory. I feel like I'm in purgatory right now watching this for the 200th time. You have been found guilty of purgatory. She should be in fucking purgatory. Or hell. Anyway, yeah. What were we saying? It cannot be said to be perjury because there was no assignment to what it was. It didn't work out. You know, I believe that the actual reason was that Wendi wanted to get a job. Wendi wanted a job, and Danny was getting a job at the same place, but the school did not want to bring on to their staff a husband and a wife kind of, you know, bringing the, you know what I mean? Some places are like that, and I totally agree. I would never, ever, well, never say never, but, you know, I would be prejudiced against hiring a husband and wife. That's just too, it depends on the couple, but 99% of them, no way.
So both times it was for his employment?
Yes,
Okay. Did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right. And did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did.
Okay, did you like living in Tallahassee? I did. Again, very difficult to claim perjury on that, isn't it? Because we're talking about her internal feelings, not anything tangible or you know, like a location or a device or a statement. You know, it's internal. Even with Jeff Lacass's observations, she hated Tallahassee, blah 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 blah. Well, you know, if she was lying to him but being truthful here, it's not perjury. You're allowed to lie to Jeff Lacasse, as you well know, Wendi. Yeah. Even though that was a what is the word? What's opposite of denial? Affirmation.
That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
That was our home. Yeah, that was the. God, I wonder who lives there now. Who parks their car in that fucking driveway, in that garage? Clove, welcome back. Clove, Madeleine, welcome back.
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay. And do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right. And what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
All right.
Wow, I'm just catching up with all of the $18.99 a month Chauncey pays for YouTube Premium. Can you imagine? That seems like a lot. What is that? The Buckeye price? It's extra in Ohio. Mm.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay, both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida
They do.
that they own and operate?
They do.
Okay. Is your family in South Florida wealthy? I know it's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy.
Are you asking me to speculate? You see, Wendy's in a peculiar situation here. She is a state's witness, right? Now, the states, usually the state treats their own witness kindly, right? And don't give them uncomfortable questions. You know what I mean? Like if it's Jim Geiger or Sergeant Corbett or General Isom, you know, they're sort of on the, when it's their witness list, the witness is usually on their side, right? But Wendy's not really like that. It's almost like Georgia Cappleman is cross-examining a defendant. And if she were cross-examining a defendant to a question like that, Wendy's defense counsel, if she were the defendant, would normally object and say, "Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation." You know, jump in for her. But in this situation, like if, for example, if it was Katie Magbanua on the stand and she got asked that question by the state, Tara Kawas would get up and say, "Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation," and jump in and save her, right? But Wendy doesn't have any active legal counsel in the room that is on her side or able to object. I mean, she's got her lawyer there, John LaRoe, but he's in the gallery. He can't interrupt these proceedings. And Chris DeCoste and Tara Kawas don't want to help her. And Mr. Hand Grenade doesn't want to help her. So she's kind of on her own. So she does these clever ways, you know, because she's a lawyer, she does these clever ways of like making an objection herself without it being official for the record, right? She goes, "Are you asking me to speculate?" You know, that is just the same as "Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation." You know, the claim is the same, right?
You may, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
Yeah. How do you define wealthy? Because the Sultan of Brunei came to visit our house, my parents' house at the Icon in South Beach, and he said it was, quote unquote, cozy, which we all know means small and a bit shabby, yeah? So it wasn't up to his standard, so wealth is a relative term. The Sultan of Brunei certainly didn't think we were up to much.
Okay.
Boom, chicken bone. Look, Sonic Boom, we've got 108 in the chat already. Fantastic. Everybody remember to leave a like on the video, please. You don't know how important that is. The more people we get, the more likes we need. Please do take a moment. I know some of you have completely forgotten the button exists. This is your reminder. Go and click it. Just do it right now. I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3. I can see what you're doing. 4, 5. Thank you to everybody who clicked like on that video. That's the best way to, it's the second best way to support the channel. The best way is this way. Boom, 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 boom. Psh.
When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And
Same again, huh? What is it? Shit, I've forgotten what PL is. What's PL again? Pursed lips. Pursed lips. God, this is a terrible code. Eyes up, head tilt left. CO. I don't remember what that is either. Chin out. There we go. Pursed lips. I need to write down the full words. Pursed lips. Eyes up, right. Head tilt left. Chin out. I am gonna still cut all these together, just for fun, just to see her do that movement again and again and again quickly.
you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay.
Well, like he would go to synagogue and you would what? Not go. He wanted to eat whitefish salad and not have bacon ever, and you had shrimp wrapped in bacon for breakfast.
Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence.
You know, I just had a thought there. With, you know, Wendy's quote, unquote, Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home. That was how Dan Markel described it himself in the divorce filings. Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home. I love the dramatic language. You know, it's excellent. Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home. I want to incorporate that metaphor into my life somehow. And the phone call to you know, that they timed on purpose to hit him with the news right before he went on stage, and then he gets back and the house is empty, all the fucking half the dining chairs are gone, you know, all that's left is his bed and the divorce papers that are on it. Oh. Yeah, all of that. I mean, and then she disappeared for a little bit, right? Maybe, I don't know how long it was, but I think it makes good sense that she did go to Miami, but I don't have that as a checked fact. I'm speculating. There's very little I don't know about this case, but the things that I don't know, I don't need to know. I speculate. What we say? It was in some ways possibly the first, not murder attempt, but Dan dead attempt. Let's see if he commits suicide. Let's see if we really fuck his head up and his emotions and steal his kids and take all his shit and take the $300,000 from the Schwab accounts and fuck up his lecture because we're going to call him in New York. You know, maybe he'll kill himself and we'll get lucky and we won't have to murder him.
Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303.
Again. Pursed lips. What is it? Pursed lips, eyes up, right, head tilt left, chin out.
You lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents?
Oh, hang on. Veronica Schneider's in with some tips or some inspirations. Schneider says, more Everett chapter ideas. Come cook with me and destroy everything inside you. Oh. You know those, I've never done one because this just isn't how I spend my life. But I've heard about other people when they go on some fucking cruise or something. That's, again, something I would never do, ever. But I know people that have. And they'll go on a cruise and they'll stop off in Italy or something. And while they get off the fucking boat and have to be back in a certain time, God, that would drive me insane. Yeah, they'll go and do like a cooking course, right? Well, they'll have a special room.
I have been Donna
like-
Adelson's husband for over 50 years, and I could not help but scream in my mind. Donna has always been a one-sided wife who told outright lies. You're sending an innocent woman to prison. Thank you, Judge and jury, for allowing me to speak.
Love it. Somebody just sent us some coffee. Sorry, the notification wasn't up. I've made it available now. Colleen, thank you so much for that, Colleen. Fucking A, bro. Colleen says, that's her comment, you see. Thank you, Colleen, for the 5 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. That is a great way to support the channel. We thank you kindly, Colleen. Now, what were we saying? Yeah, so there'll be a room full of maybe 8 or 10 cooking stations, right? And they'll cook fresh pasta and tomato sauce or whatever it is, right? But there's a guy at the front who's teaching everyone and saying, and then you put the pasta in the thing, blah, blah, blah. Imagine Judge Everett running one of those. How great would that be? In that voice of his, that smooth velvet chocolate voice. That'd be so great, man. What would he say? All right, and now pick up your wooden spoon. And he'd have all these jokes. He's so good with the jokes with the jury. Okay, I love the idea, but that's never going to happen. The book we can do. So Veronica Schneider's ideas are, come cook with me and destroy everything inside you. That's freaky, but I love it. Or, come cook with me, pecan pie and pancreas failure. I'm paying attention to the video, but also thinking about these. Well, the second one, you wouldn't want to give the second one to someone who's just had their appendix out, would you? Yeah, but yeah, good gift ideas. It is the season. It's coming up. Yeah, Patricia Burns here says, she and her mother knew that the very clever law prof... Oh, sorry. The very clever law prof was on to all of their insidious and immoral ways of getting through life. They were panicked that he was about to rip off their masks publicly. Yeah, I've heard you say that before, like that Dan was going to expose them and all this. I don't believe that, because they knew that Dan wasn't vindictive. They knew all he wanted was a fair game. It's just they wanted their own way. If they were worried about anything, they could have said, well, all we have to do is allow him to see his kids and we'll be safe. You know, I mean, I don't think that they were like, oh, he's going to tell that we don't pay tax. You know, I don't think any of that, you know, no. The grandma motion, even with that, they still knew that if they just played fair, all of his threats were going away. What they were upset about is that someone was standing up to them and not allowing them to walk all over him and his rights. I mean, that's all they were upset about. And nothing was going to make them think, well, you know, is this worth it? Maybe we should play ball. No, I mean, they just couldn't do it because they're fuckers.
Parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What else would it be? I love how quick Georgia is, you know. It takes a sharp mind to respond to something like that in the way that she did. And we know Georgia has a sharp mind, but the fact that she so readily demonstrates it for our enjoyment and entertainment is fantastic.
Aqua Ridge, that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children.
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Yeah, just a
Would
bit.
you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in parts of your personal business? And she asks, as opposed to other people's parents? What else would it be opposed to? Someone's dog? It's just such a stupid... This is another common thing with Wendi, because I think, you know, her brain is on hyper mode at the moment, right? But she has to try and conceal that, because she does not want to be up here like looking like she's on edge or something. So she does her best to conceal it. But because she's doing her best to maintain that demeanor, sometimes, quite frequently, it just doesn't land right. You know, she thought she was buying time or steering away from the question or reshaping the form of the question, something like that. But what she actually did was create a question that nobody in their right mind would need to ask. It's like, if I said to you, do your parents really like Christmas? And you would say, as opposed to other people's parents? No, that doesn't really work, but you get the idea.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what other parents are like at all. You know, we're such an integrated, closed off family You know, we're above everyone else, so I really don't consider other people.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date,
Okay.
but that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations?
Yeah, because if I did remember the exact date, then I would be showing you that I have a keen eye for details, and my other denials and bad memories wouldn't be as believable, even though I do probably remember the exact date of that divorce filing. You know, with something like that, making a filing that would have been referred to again and again in the mediations they had, in the motion hearings they had, in the rulings that were given by the court, you know, the filing of the date of January 14th, blah, blah, blah. You know, it would be so ingrained in your mind that, yeah, it's very, but it's just it's an obvious, easy win for a poor memory, isn't it? I don't remember the exact date, but if you have it there, that sounds right. Can't be proven to be a lie, and is something that you know, could be accepted, easily accepted. Oh, she doesn't remember the exact date. But when it's every single time, we need another code. Easy win denial, the EWD. Easy win denial. Easy win denial. Because anytime there's an easy win for a denial, she'll take it. She'll take it, she'll wrap it up, and she does that every single time. Again, exposing her agenda to stay away from any truth or any accusation that she has a good memory on some things and not on others, right? Part of her camouflage. She does this sort of carpet bumming thing, I like to call it, you know, where she'll put strange behaviors even where they don't need to be, right? Because if I ask you a bunch of questions and the only time you respond strangely is when it's a difficult question or a placed question, then your baseline shows that you're uncomfortable with that specific test area. But if I carpet bomb you and I put a little bit of confusion over here, a little bit of bad memory over here, a little bit of I think so over here, then, you know, that it essentially erases the baseline, or at least that's what she thinks. And I guess it does in a way, but when you've watched it as many times as we have, again and again and again, and you've seen the evolution over the years, 4 different fucking trials over 6 years, right? Plus the interview, the interrogation, plus other things we know, plus the back history, everything. It all forms a picture, and the picture is guilt.
That Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work.
I did.
Okay. And
Yes, please do like the video. Again, look, Michelle's telling everyone. I mean, people should listen to Michelle. Absolutely listen to Michelle. I would. I'd be smart enough to every single time. Don't fuck with Michelle. If Michelle asks you to do something, you do it. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, and yeah, enjoy your ad-free metrics. No ads. Look at that. Isn't that great? Is everyone having a good time?
Was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right, denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay, but in any event, you were not able to move at that time.
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
Wow. Hey, check it out. Riding shotgun. How you doing? Good to see you riding shotgun. How's the Green Mountain State? Or are you back? You back already riding? How was it? Was it great? Did you see a lake? Did you eat some apples? Did you pick some... What do they have? Blueberries or raspberries. Or I think they make a lot of jam up there. Don't they make a lot of jam up there? I think... What is Vermont famous for? Skiing and jam. Anyway, hope it was a good time riding shotgun. Good to see you back.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
So there's an interesting one. Change the premise of the question by answering in a different way than you were. It's affirmative, right? It's agreeing with the question, but it's not being specific and answering that question. You know, if you just looked at it on paper, Wendy could say, I never said I liked living in Tallahassee. I said I was happy at my job. Tallahassee was a shithole, but I was happy at my job. Let's see it again.
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You
Not moved.
I was relieved.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
You wanted to stay in Tallahassee. I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Did you see that little laugh there? She laughs at that.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges
Here.
against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Just
Overruled.
ever so slightly. There was just this shimmer of a laugh there. Hey, who's this? Michael Crawford. Thank you so much, Michael Crawford, for this super chat. Michael says she probably mumbles, I don't remember, all day to herself, wanting to be arrested. Thanks, Matrix. Thank you, Michael, and I agree with you 100%. Maple syrup. Well, they stole that from the Canadians. Do the Canadians know about this? Probably trying to, ship it across the St. John's River. Or wherever, whatever body of water. Is there a body of water? I don't know. I'd have to go to the maps, but we're not going to do that right now. Or maybe we should. Because I think we're only down to 4 states left. Let me see if I can remember them. We need Bismarck, We need conk. We go to the true crime metrics. Then we'll go to exports. Here we go. Okay, if you are in a gray state, ladies and gentlemen, we only have 4 remaining for 100% metrics US domination. Then we will be heading north. We're going to be heading north to Canada, then south to the regions of Mexico, then all of South America. And then who knows? Australia's easy because everyone lives in 3 places. And it's not Darwin. we don't need Darwin. Fucking Northern Territory. It's all over. It's all over. You know, the other day I finished a stream and I started, you know, sometimes I wonder what time scale am I on? Because I live in Portugal, but I work for America. So, you know, but then I'm not on American time either because I need to do things here. So usually I think, where does my life make sense geographically? And usually it's somewhere between Tehran and Istanbul. But on this occasion, I found myself cooking a full dinner at 5 to 9 in the morning. And I thought, where would this dinner, you know, it was like chicken, potatoes, something else. And I thought, where in the world would I be that eating dinner would make sense right now? And I looked it up, and it was Alice Springs, right in the middle of Australia, where Ayers Rock is. So if anyone is from Alice Springs, please do get in touch with us on Patreon. Links in the description to our memberships. Links in the description to our merch. Oh, by the way, we launched the new merch today. Everyone check out the merch in the merch store. Check that out. Maybe I'll show you later, but we don't want to do too many non-video things. But if you are in a gray state, let us know in the comments. Wyoming, North Dakota, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island.
I don't remember that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long.
8-hour mediations. Legal mediations with each side having 3 attorneys. I mean, whatever, like, he must have just been banging his head against the wall. He was bending over backwards to be fair. Do you want to know how fair? Let's read something that he wrote. Let's just quickly take a break. I screenshotted this and I just found it today. It was on one of George's slides in Donna's trial. This is it. Excuse me, sorry. During the second period, you claimed in an email written February 26 in the night that you were standing by at 8:30 a.m. that morning, but you never even let me know that was your preferred available time. Nor did you respond to my various and earlier texts or emails indicating that I wanted to speak to the children at 6 p.m. on the 26th. So break this down. You claimed in an email written February 26 in the night that you were standing by at 8:30 that morning. Like she was ready and waiting at 8:30 in the morning, and then he didn't show or something. But I think as we'll learn that she didn't let him know that she was waiting, and we know that she wasn't fucking waiting, right? She's just saying that. During the second period, you claimed that an email written February 26 in the night that you were standing by at 8:30 that morning, but you never even let me know that was your preferred available time. So I think they had two like potentials, either 8:30 in the morning or 6 p.m. at night for them to do this speak with the kids thing, right? And nor did you respond to my various and earlier texts or emails indicating that I wanted to speak to the children at 6 p.m. on the 26th. So they've got an agreement. We speak to the kids. If the other parent has the kids, then the other parent who doesn't have the kids can speak with the kids on Skype at either in the morning or in the evening, depending on their schedule, right? So he's sending texts and emails, multiple, earlier, in advance, saying, you know, I want to speak to the kids at 6 p.m. on the 26th, because, you know, he probably had a work thing or something like that, right? So he's setting up time, completely in terms with their agreement. And then she doesn't respond to those and says, oh, no, I was sorry. I was standing by at 8:30 and you never showed up. You know, what a bitch. But the way he handles this, the way that paragraph is written, bulletproof, because you can feel the anger, right? You can feel the frustration, because do you think if I can work it out that Dan Markel couldn't? Of course he could. He worked it out, and you know, he just manages to include his frustration, but still, you know, play the game. And, you know, Dan Markel knows, you know, as a legal professional, right, as a major legal player, he knows that if he went into Wendi guns blazing, you fucking lying bitch, wait till I get my hands on you, you know, some cursing and some name calling and some, yeah, it doesn't need to go as far as threats, but you know, that hostile writing, or he'd be handing her the bullets, handing her the ammunition for her to go to the court. So he's deranged, he's violent. I'm worried for my safety and the safety of my children. I need full custody, and we're going to Miami. He knows that, and you can feel his control. You can feel his control, and he pulls it off. He does what needs to be done, right? He gets the job done. Next, just so we're crystal clear. That's good. That's good. That's a good way to accentuate your message, isn't it? If he'd have omitted the word crystal, just so we're clear. When you say just so we're crystal clear, it sounds like you've got, you know, I guess it depends on the context, but it's owning the space. It's leading in terms of being a leader. Just so we're crystal clear, when I am without the children, the choice of which period for when I chat with the boys is mine under the agreement, not yours. That said, I will continue to try to be flexible so long as you meet me part way. Making up some claim after the fact, as you did on February 26 in the email, that you were ready for my call when you didn't even contact me by text, email, or phone to inform me that you were available is not being flexible. Beautifully legally worded, it covers all bases. It's inhibitory parental gatekeeping. It's unlawful, and if it persists, Thomas and I will pursue all measures necessary, including but not limited to. I actually never put that in legal writing because it's so common, including but not limited to. Dan, I'd have taken that one out, but I see why it's there, Dan. It's okay. I just really, it's so overused, but it's fine. Seeking court orders, greater time sharing, and litigation costs. So, hardball, a little bit of hardball. Dealing with this through the courts. Dealing with this through the courts and lawyers is so far from what I want, but your inability to keep your agreements and make basic contact happen is persistent, deeply disappointing, and untenable. Of course, I remain committed to ensuring that you have access and/or contact with the children whenever I have them. You remain welcome to join us in the house or elsewhere, or to have Skype calls every day if you give me adequate notice. I will, of course, adhere to our communication agreement as a flaw. I know the boys want to speak to you, and I'm happy to co-parent whenever you are. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Yes. Please let that happen. But do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will no longer tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. You recently indicated in an email that you found Skype calls intrusive. I'm sorry you feel that way. If you wanted to reach a new agreement regarding communication or access to the children, I am open to discussion with you. But until we have a new protocol in place, I expect us to continue to adhere to our existing agreement. It's just one of the best pieces of writing I've ever seen. Appropriate to the moment, firm, not fucking around, but also kind. You remain welcome to join us at the house. How do you think she took that? Where's that bit? You remain welcome to join us at the house or elsewhere, or to have Skype calls every day if you give me adequate notice. So cooperative, but at the same time, not taking any more shit. Thomas and I will pursue all measures necessary. I'd just love to see Wendy reading this, and Donna. What would Donna say to this? Oh, Elvis, another... Oh, the Dark Lord has written another text. Hey, thank you on the mountain for this great super chat. Back for some laughs. Good. Thank you on the mountain. That's fantastic.
Long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children? I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype?
It's hard to
between the
Skype
children?
with two toddlers, yes.
All right, and in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was an emotion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
And it was
Is bacon important to you? Bacon is important to me. I dip my bacon in milk. It's like a tea biscuit, but bacon. In fact, people do that, don't they? We saw that on in Breaking Bad. When, do you remember the lawyer that always used to go in and bring some cakes? And he said, little bits of bacon, that's the secret ingredient in those cookies. It just makes those suckers pop. I'm trying to find our milk and meat merch. Oh yeah. What color should we show? We'll show green? Yeah, let's show the green one. Save image. Down there. How about this one? Look at that. I mean, who doesn't want one of these? Link in the description to our merch. We got hoodies, we got sweaters, we got long sleeve tees, we got all organic tees now for all you fair traders. We got slim women tees, we got mugs, we got normal American apparel, premium tees, all sorts of kosher style milk and meat tees. Get your cheeseburger sweaters today at True Crime. No, what is it? Well, it's in the description. It's bonfire something. Bonfire.com/store/true-crime-metrics. Yeah. Link in the description to our merch.
important to him that the children.
Don't we have the best merch ever? I mean, compared with other creators? Sorry, but it's true. It's true. Leave a like on the video if you think we have the best merch ever.
And observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you?
Overruled.
Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that?
This is such a Michelle sort of comment here. Look. Michelle says, fabulous letter. He is totally flexible, but he's letting her know. Fuck around and find out.
Accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because at this point in time, you know, it's only Sigfredo and Katie on trial at the moment, right? No Adelson has been arrested. They've not touched Charlie. You know, there's still hope that this will all go away. So she's staying away from the you know, because her demeanor is it like of someone who, because in the later trials we sort of see this like, oh, I had no idea that my mother would have been capable of killing my ex-husband. You know, she doesn't say that obviously, but you can tell that's sort of the angle. Like she's, oh, all of this went on without my knowledge. My children's father. Oh. But now there's none of that, right? There's none of that at all.
Your Honor, could I see what the states of the courtroom?
Hobo, how you doing?
Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm gonna request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm gonna request a sidebar on this, Judge.
We'll let her identify
Okay.
first.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
Okay. And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com, whose address is that?
Yeah, the murder was definitely on the cards before the bar card came up, right? Like a year before. Or you know, when did the bar card come up? Not until some point in 2014. You know, and again with the grandma motion, I mean, these things didn't necessitate the murder. The murder was already in the pipes, in the machine. I mean, those things said that it absolutely had to happen by a certain date, but it was going to happen regardless of the bar card or the grandma motion. Those things didn't tip the scale, they just fixed the date.
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular and these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from?
That sounds right.
Uh-oh. Look, Riding Shotgun's got trouble with the merch link. Let's double check it. Riding, what kind of device are you on? Because it works for me straight away. Or are you clicking that link in the chat? Let me check Michelle's link. Well, that works too. I'm straight in on both, Riding. Let us know what device you're on, and we will help you to the site.
Okay, and Wendi Adelson at gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence. State exhibit.
We'll go sidebar.
Mixed Green Alien's got a good idea. Fucking A bro t-shirt with maybe a picture of Katie Magbanua looking tough. Right, where's my notepaper? Gotta get this all set up. Need a new list. Merch. Ideas. Fucking A, bro. Mix Green Alien. Good job, Mix Green. Oh, Clove, I need zip up fronts. For a hoodie, I can make that happen right now. I'll do it. I'll do it in the background. Oh, I just gotta show you this. This is cool. I just found this thing. Look at our design process. See all the work that we have to do? It's a nightmare. But it's fun. Check it out. Version 1.0, shit. Version 1.1, shit. Version 1.2, shit. And then finally you end up with something. Over time. Over many, many time. And then you put it on a shirt. You want to zip up? I mean, where am I going to put the picture? Like a small version on the like a breast, on the left breast pocket area. Yeah, okay. On the back. Hey, Clove, do you want it on the back or on the breast pocket? Let us know. We'll make it happen right now.
let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously Mr. Markel can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Cappleman.
Yes, Your Honor. I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markel, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing.
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And gibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to
Ms.
spell it.
Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay.
Define stack. Stack is a relative term. I think of it more of as a pile. I only have a pile of money, not a stack.
Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean,
Yeah, he loved Dan Markel. In fact, his favorite thing to do was to take Dan Markel out on the jet ski and, go and harass some young Asian women. But, Dan Markel drew the line when Charlie Adelson decided to steal the big plastic fish from Monty's restaurant and bar and take it back to his Whale Harbor home where he mounted it on the wall in his living room. Which we learned was a marlin, guys, not a... Or was it the other way around? It was either a swordfish or a marlin, but we forget which.
I think he was also... He would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as
He did make that joke.
a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right, and was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15?
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay, and,
Oh.
Your Honor, may I just have a standing objection so I don't keep
You
interrupting
bet.
Ms. Katherine? Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner shortly after Mr. Markel's death, where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally.
Charlie, it's Wendy. I'm ready. Tonight, I'm ready for dinner. I'm ready to have dinner. Can we go to dinner? I mean, what? I was ready to have dinner in a real place, in a restaurant. I was ready to go out into a restaurant and have dinner, and I wanted to get back to my normal dinner restaurant life, and I just called up my brother and I said, Charlie, it's time for dinner.
Go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge, other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made, do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Katherine Magbanua?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Katherine Magbanua at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
Careful, careful. I have a feeling people are going to start putting poorly founded opinions. Remember, guys, there was no planning at the beach.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible.
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, we got kosher style cheeseburgers on the back of a hoodie with a zipper. All right, don't say I never did nothing for you. There you go, guys. There you go. Of course, that zipper takes a chunk out of our profit margins, but that's okay.
Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in the condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanua?
I'm just going to step out and get a coffee, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, an actual coffee, not some virtual thank you coffee. But if anyone does want to support the channel and you don't want to buy merch, head over to buymeacoffee.com, buy us a couple of coffees.com. That is a great way to support the channel. Link in the description.
She was dating my brother.
Judge, at this time I ask to introduce State 36.
Is there objection?
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None for Ms. Magbanua, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
So, which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle.
And which one's Ms. Magbanua?
The one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
Okay. And this one was her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanua's friend.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo. States Exhibit 37. Recognize this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
All right, is Katie Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And this is a very accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, during the time that they were dating.
That looks right.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move on to States 37.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken, so I would object. on that.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
Yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Ms. Magbanua?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Ms. Magbanua was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay. He's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Katherine Magbanua?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but it would
I
be
may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and that I went down for my dad's birthday. But I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how
To visit his girlfriend?
old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972, and he died in July of 2014, before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old.
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Jibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175. 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone calls so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to, you felt enough of the phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the call?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate?
Christina says, if Wendy didn't think the hitman joke was funny, why did she repeat it to Jeff and to the Geek Squad guy? Why would you repeat it to anyone? Oh, my brother got me this TV. And he said, I just got divorced and he wanted to get me something as a divorce present. And he said, I was going to get you a Hitman, but the TV was cheaper, so I got you a TV. And what's the joke? That he's a penny watching, you know, that he's cheap. He's like, yeah, I know you really wanted that hitman, but it cost too much, so, you know, it's time for a little belt tightening.
Okay, but the highlighted names on that column were the voices of those people.
Correct.
Okay, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
There's an objection from Ms. Magbanua, Judge. I
Your
can't,
legal objection?
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you would like to handle it.
State your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point and improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No, admit, State's Exhibit 175.
Judge Hankinson is so, like, not into defendants. Isn't it? Like, he's so, like, state your legal objection. I'll tell you if it's going to require a speaking objection. You know, overruled. He would have been such a good guy to play the judge in My Cousin Vinny. I mean, they even look a little alike. Fred, what's his name? I never remember his name. Fred P. Begins with a P. What's his name? Fred. What is it?
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Gwyn.
Yes.
Okay.
Fred Gwyn.
And that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch, so I guess it was, I had left, I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that, at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right. And when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot
Yeah.
what it's called.
Okay.
Hey, awesome. K-Love has just got their hoodie. Awesome. Thank you, K-Love, or Clove. Hope you enjoy that zip-up hoodie with kosher style on the back. Awesome.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was.
All right.
They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know.
This is another one she does, the bulldog face.
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
The fuck? Again. High school drama lesson level acting. You know. How to act like you don't remember. Turn the corners of your mouth down while shaking your head. You know, it's comically bad. It's comically fake. And it's one of the reasons why I believe that when she's on her own trial, she ain't going anywhere near that witness stand. Because she's not good at this. You know. She's just not good at this. Hello, Shiny. Hello, Shiny. How you doing? How's the emus? Have they laid any more eggs? You're not taking those eggs, are you?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right, and you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I suspect you didn't. Man, do you remember? God, okay, what? I want to do a clip of this. So 38:44 we're at now. Okay. 38, I'll put it 38:40. Questions about gas. Because I want to include that in the run through the interrogation when she's telling Isom in a very shady, I don't want to give you specific details kind of way. Oh yeah, sort of near the entrance for the freeway, but behind the bridge, or just over the bridge. You know, it's very... And then Isom's like, oh, the Chevron station? And she's like, I think so. There was no gas purchase. Another thing I would love to know, I don't think there is, and I guess if her car was off, if her car was off when it was being photographed by police, which it surely was, right? Even if we had a photograph of her dashboard, instrument cluster, we wouldn't be able to see how much gas was in her tank, because I can guarantee you that Wendi Adelson is not a person like me that puts 10 euros of gas in at a time. She fills up. Every time she goes to the pump, fill it up. Yeah? So, I mean, that's obviously speculation on my part. I don't know Wendi Adelson personally. I don't know her gas filling habits. But I would say that it's on good basis that I make that assumption that Wendi Adelson is not a person. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll in the chat to find out an average. Who always fills up? Like obviously, you don't have to be absolutist about it and say that you've never, ever, ever put a little bit in, because you might be in a hurry. But the norm for you, do you always fill up, or do you just, because I never fill up unless I'm going to drive 2,000 miles when I know I'm going to have to fill up like 5 times. Of course, then that makes sense. But on my daily drive or my weekly drive, no way, man. No way. You never know when you're going to need to budget. Let's do a poll. Can we even do polls? Yeah, but Christina, you drive a Prius. That doesn't count. We're talking about real cars.
I have been Donna Adelson's husband for over 50 years, and I could not help but scream in my mind. Donna has always been a one-sided wife who told outright lies. You're sending an innocent woman to prison. Thank you, Judge and jury, for allowing me to speak.
Should probably make that a little shorter. Thank you so much, Madeleine. Madeleine says, sorry we didn't win the lottery. I always fill up. Okay. Maybe it's more common to fill up in the United States because everything's further away. Everything's further away. And gas is cheaper.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Like a shitload cheaper. You know, you can fill up in the States for $40. That's incredible.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And what restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that...
Look, Lee's like me. Making everyone wait at the gas station while I check for loose change in the seats. Just a minute, guys.
assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce? Do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers? Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
Yeah.
How many different...
Yeah, made a real dent in my stack of cash. In my parents' safe. My pile of money was diminished considerably. I had to start stapling in bundles of $200.
lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened, and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay. And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No.
Was it the day after?
It might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I
I thought,
appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
when they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
And was
then
that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
it was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay.
So I just did a little calculation. It was a bit complicated. I had to look at what a litre of gas costs in euros, then find that price in US dollars, then times the volume by 3.785 to give me the dollar value of a US gallon of gas, which apparently is $7.22. So what is it in the States? What does a gallon of gas cost? Because here it's $7.22.
And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
How is that the wrong math? You find a value of a litre in euros, you convert that value to US dollar value, then times the litre by 3.785 times that litre value of a litre in US dollars by 3.785 to give you the US gallon value. That's it. That's the exact right math.
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
I always thought that was ridiculous as fuck. Yeah, no, my grandfather's name started with an A, so that was an honor to him. But apparently that is true in the Jewish faith. That's an accepted. I've had Jewish folk come and tell me, yeah, we do that. That's a thing. It was really, I thought it was just another lie from Wendi.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Garcia.
Well, that was the gentlest cross-examination. It wasn't even a cross-examination. Direct examination from Georgia Cappleman that we will ever see of Wendi, right? Ah, so refreshing. Well, actually, it's refreshing when she gets tough, which she does later. But now, Wendi, Georgia Cappleman's a good lawyer. Mr. Hand Grenades you know, he's not at the same level, put it that way. And granted, he's got a difficult case. I mean, Sigfredo Garcia, how the fuck are you going to get out of that? Even if Georgia Cappleman was working for you, it'd be an uphill battle. But Wendy just treats him like a joke, you know. The questions he asks. Do you have any idea when your brother started to going in the clubs to buy drugs? She's like, I don't know anything about drugs.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Wow, it's such a variety of prices you have in the States. You know, we got everything from $4.35 down to $2.80, and yeah. Well, I guess it's a big country.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school,
He did.
so he has a substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would potentially be a yes.
yes.
What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
Shaking of the head, though, wasn't it? You know, she was laughing because she knows the answer is no. And then when she says yes, she's shaking her head.
Just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school,
He did.
so he has a substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would potentially be a yes.
yes.
What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out nightclubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about nightclubbing.
Okay. Well, when he has.
Who needs butter anyway, hello shiny? You know, it's not essential. You know, you can totally just remove it from your life.
Social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's, I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was, I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
Yeah, dreamy.
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He likes cars. Like
He has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
he drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was
Right.
big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
Okay. So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother.
And
No,
you-
I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot?
I mean,
Or South Beach?
Sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where's that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Magbanua?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Adelson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Right, so you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation.
Okay, Veronica wants a poll about how many people... Can we make a poll about how many people think Wendy will be arrested? Not what people hope for, but what do people actually think will happen? For the last couple of weeks, I have been pessimistic. Okay, yeah, let's do it. So, just before we do, 61% always fill up their tank. 15% fill it up most of the time. And 24% hardly ever. All right, we're going to end that poll. Thank you for voting in the poll. We're going to do a new poll. We're going to do a Wendi poll. A great idea came to us today. Should I say it? Should I say it? If I say it and then someone runs to another creator and said, I heard a great idea on metrics, you should do this. We'll lose our idea. Such a weird thing, developing something in public, you know. Who can we trust? Who can we trust? Can we trust Stella B99? Can we trust Mix Green Alien? Can we trust Mrs. D? Maybe. Maybe. Well, it's only come to us this evening, so let me just have a look tomorrow and see how long it's going to take to put together. But it's to do with Wendy's arrest. I'll put it that way. What are we doing? Poll. How do we do it? Yeah, so... So how do we word this? Do you believe that Wendi will actually be arrested? I do. What are the options? Yes, before the end of the year. Yes, what are good answers? Within 3 months, within 6 months? I mean, within 6 months. Yes, within 6 months. Yes, within 12 months. I don't think she will. Yeah, tell us what you think in the poll. Vote straight away, everybody. I want the results right now. And please leave a like on the video. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. You see this big badge? I should just leave that up until someone buys a coffee. I should leave this up until 30 people buy us a coffee. Then all you'll have is okay. I'm only playing Stella. Don't worry. It was just the names I saw on the screen. What about this Hello Shiny? Do you think we can trust? Never trust someone who keeps an emu as a pet. Yeah, you don't want to get stuck in the outback, Hello Shiny. You know, you should never go anywhere without 50 gallons of water, fresh, 7 spare tires, emergency space blanket. You know, a crocodile could come and take advantage of you. I fill up because I'm afraid the price will go up. Steph sells stuff by the seashore. If you always fill up your gas tank, buy the man a coffee. Yeah, good point. Good point. And it was the majority of voters. Everybody who fills up their fucking gas tank buys a coffee. I'm going to fill my tank with coffee. and think of you. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. My car runs on Java Bean. I'm afraid my car will die if I fill up. And the gas will go to waste. It's alright, you just get a pickaxe and put a hole in the fucking tank under the body of the car. It's fun. You'd have to do it in one hit. And then it all comes out. You've got to have your container ready. I do have Ecta water in the car. Extra, I think. I do have extra water in the car and blankets. 2E last year I had to sleep in the car because a tree fell over the road. Bunch of trees fell down here. We had the news out, the news crew. I didn't even know it was that windy. Must have been when I was sleeping or something. I went out and I was like, fucking hell, what's happened here? All the trees are gone. You're in New Zealand now. Huh, I thought you were in Australia. So what, did I have that wrong, or are you just visiting New Zealand? I thought the emus were in Australia. Okay, let's get back to our coffee. Buy me a coffee.
As an attorney, to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson?
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee.
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail?
No,
Never been arrested before?
no.
Okay. She's not even
She's never even got a parking ticket before, Tara. Shut up. This is my mother. She is selfless and loving and kind.
testifying in this case, is she? To your
No.
knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested,
No,
hasn't been charged,
no,
and he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Okay. Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay, but you know they've received some form of subpoena?
I heard about that.
Okay. When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom, in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay. How is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay.
I have been Donna
Now you're
Adelson's
making
husband
mention-
for over 50 years, and I could not help but scream in my mind. Donna has always been a one-sided wife who told outright lies. You're sending an innocent woman to prison. Thank you, Judge and jury, for allowing me to speak.
Hey, thank you so much, Mbuika, our good friend from Japan. Mbuika. Thank you for the 3 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. That is greatly appreciated. Mbuika.
Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay.
He was born in December 2017.
Okay.
Ah, okay. North Island, South Island. Tell us more.
Time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18th, 2014.
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacoste?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship, and then in late June, we had this big fight, and after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He
seeing
thought
other people?
He thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up, when was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March, didn't you and Jeffrey Lacoste come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And
This is interesting. The Wendi poll has a majority vote of within 6 months. It's close. The other three options, it's pretty fairly split. We got yes before the end of the year is 20%, but also I don't think she will be arrested is 20%. Then yes within 12 months has got 23%, and 37% think yes she will be arrested within 6 months, which is by May 16th. Why would it take 6 months though? You know, what happened to the theory people were all excited about? Well, they just were waiting for her to testify in Donna's trial because they needed her to testify. And as soon as that trial's over and the conviction is done, then they'll arrest her. Now it's all 6 months this and 3 months this. And, you know. Hey, thank you, Veronica Schneider. Excellent. Thank you for creating the poll. Of course. Yeah, we love polls. If anybody wants a poll anytime, let us know in the comments. Yeah. Pretty tight poll though. I'm kind of surprised. Where do I think? You know, I think Jack Campbell should be sacked and put in jail. Oh, you don't say sacked, do you? Fired. There you go. Jack Campbell should be fired, stripped of his title, that cushy little property he's got on government, on Uncle Sam's dime. Take that away, burn it down. What do I think? I don't even know that I can answer the question, to be honest. I thought she would have been arrested in within 30 days of Donna's sentencing, which we're only 33 days, 34 days away from that now. But here's my problem. Here's why I probably disagree or cannot give my vote to the same option of 6 months that 37%, the majority, have put. Because if they're going to arrest her, why are they going to need to wait 6 months? For what? Can we have some feedback in the comments? If you've voted for yes within 6 months, why is it that you don't think that she'll be arrested before the end of the year? Do you think they need to find more evidence? Because I don't think that's a thing. You know, what is it? What tells you 6 months? I'm really curious to know. David Anderson Kirk, How you doing? Let's have a comment. Let's have a feedback comment, guys. Who put 37% and tell us why? Who put 6 months? And what is taking 6 months? And don't say something like, well, they're probably not going to arrest her before Christmas because the boys will want to spend that with their mum. Or Hanukkah or whatever. I bet they celebrate Christmas anyway, you know. I bet they do. I bet you any money Wendi Adelson has a Christmas tree up. Because she wants to be all waspy, you know. She wants to be, you know. Doesn't make a fucking difference anyway. I mean, who puts a Christmas tree up for religious reasons? No one. And I do nothing. I was just saying this to someone today, how in Portugal there is very little, not much at all, of any of that shit. You know? Lights and trees and all the figurines and, you know, decorations. England's terrible. It's all over the place. All over the place. And America too. You know, they still have the, here they still have the Christmas songs in the shops. And it's like, why? For what? Who is not pissed off with that? Who walks into a shop at any time of the year, but, you know, November, December, and you hear, you know, deck the walls with boughs of holly. And who thinks, yes, this is great. You know, you better not, da 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 da. Why? Why would anyone do that?
Do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, do you, if I say that was when he was dating Katherine Magbanua, is that a correct statement or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacoste at a restaurant and with your brother and that Katherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Yeah, now I need to justify why I have a memory. It wasn't because I'm remembering that specific thing, because I really can't be tied down to that. But because I've been there before, several occasions, from those occasions and from my regularity at this particular establishment, my brain is capable of recalling that yes, they do indeed have outdoor seating. No need for that. You don't need to tell where your memory's coming from, you know? Because we had been there before, I remember, but I have a vague recollection. It's a joke. She gives herself away so often. Has anyone answered this question, by the way? Have we got somebody... What is Kiwi saying? 80% believe she's going down. 80% have some faith in the justice system, still following through on justice. Well, it's not quite 80% anymore. It's 76, according to the poll. Welcome back, Brian Faircloth. It's great to have your daughter in the other day, Brian. We should do our map one more time. You know, we didn't have the map up for the longest time, and we put it on, and as soon as we put it on, we got Alaska. Brian's daughter came in and just said, yeah, I'm fucking living in Alaska. Oh, it's great. So, you know, you never know where people are unless you put the map up, right? We've still got to get that Wyoming. So if you are in Wyoming or North Dakota or New Hampshire or Rhode Island, please let us know in the comments, and we'll mark you off. We're 4 states away. 46 out of 50, baby. Bosh!
And when you met Katherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend.
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way.
Okay.
Not as just a friend.
And am I characterized?
Yeah, they were playing Trains and Tunnels. They would play Trains and Tunnels on the reg.
Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you know, you had said he has lots of girlfriends.
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay.
Well, that's probably one of the smartest things about him.
Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about.
Okay, hello, Shiny. Hello, Shiny says, I have 3 months off my dumb job. So no income for all summer. So I'm more poor than usual. I put eggs out at the letterbox for sale. Oh, okay. Emu eggs. How much does one of those cost? $50 an egg. It can feed a family of 12. With a commodity that valuable, hello Shiny, I'd look into some security. You know, you don't want to put emu eggs, huge emu eggs out. You know, if it was just chickens, all right, but you know, careful with your merchandise. Cover food costs, and it's fun. Old school pocket money. My dumb job. What do you think? What do you think Hello Shiny's dumb job is? I bet it's something with insurance, right? No one likes that kind of job. An insurance claims adjuster. We've got it. Is it a hole-in-one, Hello Shiny? An insurance claims adjuster.
Dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No.
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez...
Oh, this is a conversation starter. Veronica, the lady who requested the poll, says, I think people are voting for what they hope for versus what they really think will happen. I hope she is arrested tonight. I don't think it will happen, though. Pessimistic, I know. Well, if people were voting for what they hope for, surely we'd have the most votes in arrested before the end of the year. So that tells us that maybe people are trying to be realistic and say within 6 months. But I'm still waiting to hear from someone as to why it would be 6 months and not today or before the end of the year. What is it? Do they need to find something? Do they need to put something through the grand jury, and they're not going to be doing that with the Christmas season? I mean, courts are still going to be running until, you know, for another month. In a month's time, it will be the 16th of December. And, you know, they don't break up that early, do they? I mean, let's say they break up in a month. There's ample time to put something to the grand jury and get that indictment and prove probable cause affidavit and all that. I mean, George, this has been sitting on George's desk for years, surely. You know, what is it? What is it that's going to be 6 months? Someone tell us, anybody. And I'm not going to fucking tear you down. Like, you know, I'm gentle, very soft. Very soft. I'm not going to threaten to put you in a gas chamber or say that you should be rounded up and culled. I just want to know from you. You know?
Mascaro sound familiar?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No,
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember, Miss Kawas, we're not gonna get first names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss Magbanua had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Miss Magbanua the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel.
No,
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss Magbanua about Dan Markel and your divorce?
it's very possible that I brought it up, but not.
Nothing stands out.
No, not at all.
Now, I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay.
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
That's right.
And
at
an
that time.
overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night they will sleep at do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel,
Right.
and then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school. And
And then you pick them up in the evening.
right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day?
Okay, this is interesting. Mbuika, one of our fantastic members. And by the way, thank you to the new members that have joined recently. We've got Chauncey Myers, Louise Rosendal Bang. If that's your real name, I love it. Louise Rosendal Bang. Christine Daly, Mr. Pinto Peabody, Kimber Parham Pickleball Life. Oh, we welcomed you already. But Mbuika says, Wendi will be a quick trial, so the state will need to have everything ready for trial. What, you mean she'll elect for a speedy trial? Is that what you mean? Or that once it commences that it will be quick? I don't know. What do I think about that? You know, you've heard my opinions on the Arthur hearing for Wendi. Should we go through it one more time? Florida. Arthur hearing. Statute. Where are the requirements? Let's do a search for that. Requirements. Overview. Well, I want some bullet points, guys. I don't want to read paragraphs of text. Okay, this'll do. So let's screenshot this. AI. Adelson Institute. They've ruined the future for me. So, an Arthur hearing in Florida is a specific type of bond hearing for individuals charged with capital or life felonies where pretrial release is presumed to be not bailable. So, can't get out on bond. The requirement is that the defendant's attorney must prove to the court that the defendant is eligible for bail, meaning they must show that there is not clear evidence of guilt or that the presumption of guilt is not great. The hearing gives defendants a chance to argue for their release, and they are allowed to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. Key requirements and procedures. Court appearance. You must have an attorney represent you at the hearing, as this is a formal court proceeding. Well, you can't self-represent? I mean, that's not very clear. I mean, all court proceedings are formal. Argument for bail. The primary requirement is that your defense must present a case arguing that you are entitled to bail despite the serious nature of the charges. Burden of proof. The defense must show the court that evidence of guilt is not clear and that the presumption of guilt, this is how it applies to Wendy now. We saw it with Charlie, we saw it with Donna, and they didn't get it. Will Wendy get this? Because whenever she's arrested, the first thing she's going to do is have an Arthur hearing. You know, not immediately, but that will happen. The defense must show the court that the evidence of guilt is not clear and that the presumption of guilt is not great, which is a very high legal standard. Evidence and witnesses. You and your attorney have the right to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses who testify. Purpose. The goal is to convince the judge that you should be released from custody on a bond while your case is pending. Applicability. Arthur hearings are specific to Florida and are for charges that are generally considered non-bondable, such as capital penalties or life penalties. There's more to it than that. I'm just seeing if I can find the rest of it, because there's stuff about, risk of flight. This is my argument against people always saying, oh, Wendy's getting ready to flee. Bullshit. Is she going to flee anywhere? No way. And one of the reasons that she will not flee is because she wants that Arthur hearing to be successful. Let's see if I can remember it. It was risk of flight, risk of tampering with witnesses or evidence, past criminal history, weight of the evidence, There's no, that we know of, and I don't believe that there's, you know how we got all those wiretaps, which we are releasing at the moment into a big playlist. We put our first one up today. If you haven't seen that out, you can check it out on the top of our channel page. It's just a 2-minute video of Charlie Adelson talking stock prices and showing it off and just acting like a privileged asshole. But the funny bit is that he says to his buddy, oh, I showed a picture of June to my dad, and he said that she looked Chinese. This is the sort of stuff he talks about. There's nothing much on that. But you know how we've got those wiretaps, and Charlie and Donna both say stuff that's embarrassing and guilty as fuck? I don't believe there's any such luck of that happening with Wendy at all. Whether they tapped her phone, that's a different story. I don't have that information. But I doubt if they did. If they did, I doubt she said anything like anywhere near what the other two said. Yeah, David, I was wondering about you earlier because I was saying hello to everybody at the beginning of the chat, and I realized that there was a lot of estrogen in the room. It was 100% estrogen, which is fine, you know. I've always liked it that way. And why not? So have we got any more answers to this? Or just having oh, here we go. Lee's always very good value. If Wendi is not going to be charged with first-degree murder, they don't have to have a grand jury to indict her, by the way. Why wouldn't she be charged with first-degree murder? It's not going to be second degree. It's not going to be manslaughter. This is Florida, baby. It's either, you know, you couldn't have a lesser charge like solicitation or, well, I suppose conspiracy would stand on its own, which carries a sentence of 30 years, so that's probably as good as a life sentence. But I think the Markels want to hear Wendi Adelson, first degree murder, guilty. You know, I think that's the only thing that's going to bring them any peace. So we've got to make sure they get that. My real job, Hello Shiny says, my real job should be arty because I can draw people live and get their likeness easy as. And I can draw colouring book, line art and cartoons. Hey, do you want to do some illustrations for me? Because I was thinking about this the other day and I was thinking about, I wished I had an iPad because with an iPad, it does it all for you, right? At least that's my understanding. But yeah, there's several sketches. Hello, Shiny. Can you draw a pig? Okay, probably, yeah. Can you draw a pig running over a moonlit hill? Okay. Now, can you draw a dentist sitting on a pig that is running over a moonlit hill? Because I really want to put that merch out there, and I want the wording around it, which I can handle, to say piggybacking through the moonlight, because that's what Charlie Adelson said on the stand, or as good as. I think they were separate terms, but put them together, and I just think we've got one of the most beautiful merch products ever. A dentist in scrubs, maybe holding a drill, you know, a dental drill, and one of those little mirror sticks that go in your mouth. And the dentist is riding a pig that's running over it. Happy pig, cartoon-looking pig, you know, smiling pig, running over a moonlit hill. Nice moon, you know, maybe a full moon, maybe a crescent moon. Your choice. You know, your artistic license needs no vetting. Yeah, see what you can come up with. Send it to me at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com, or join us on Discord. Everybody join us on Discord. Link is in the description. David says, every time I am producing or performing music that is my passion, it is sometimes my career, sometimes I'm quite famous, most times I'm just a barman. It's how you view yourself and your voice. Well, I hate my voice. I self-define as a music producer and do not make money from it. The path is the career, not the sustainability or monetary gain. Yeah, I mean, just got to do what you like, huh? You know, if you do that enough and if you're open, and not closed, then stuff comes your way easy enough. So Christina says she will not be allowed bond if that's what you're asking. Okay, why do you believe that? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that her chances would be a shitload better. Let me try and find the bullet points, because when you see the bullet points of the however many pronged test of what the judge needs to, she does have a credible argument. Whether it's enough, I don't know. But every single point that needs to be proven to get a yes on an Arthur hearing for a bond on a non-bondable offence, there's not one thing, based on what we know, based on what's available, that anybody could point to where it would say, because of this thing, she definitely fails that prong of the test. Let me see if I can find the bullet points, Christina. Criteria. There we go. Criteria for Arthur hearing. Oh, fuck. I don't know where I've seen it before. Maybe this one. Try and put this one on the screen. Let's have a look at that. 7 essential facts about what is an Arthur hearing everyone should know. What have we got? Origins? No, we don't need that. Purpose behind the hearing? No. Criteria for determining bail. Okay, let's look at this. During an Arthur hearing, the court evaluates the risk factors associated with the defendant's release. Elements such as flight risk, potential danger to the community, previous criminal record. The assessment is crucial as it helps direct the decision on whether to authorize bail, modify bond conditions, or outright deny. Typically, these factors are weighed under intense evidence scrutiny, with the burden of proof shifting primarily towards the defense to convince the court of the safety of granting bail. Conditions for bail often hinge on the crime's gravity and the accused's past actions. Notably, it is up to the prosecution to show proof evident presumption great. Proof evident presumption great. Okay, so here's the proof that we can show. It's evident, and our presumption of their guilt is very, very strong. Okay, so that's what they've got to demonstrate. Indicating no doubt in the commission of the crime. Without satisfying this requirement, the court might lean towards conditional release. This rigorous evaluation ensures that while the defendant's rights are safeguarded, public safety is not compromised. Such hearings, as a result, often create a paradigm of comprehensive deliberation, embedding deep legal acumen into the judicial proceedings. Certain facilitations, such as submitting credible guarantors or allowing for technological monitoring, may also serve as bail conditions under specific circumstances. For instance, a thorough understanding of the prosecution's portrayal of a flight risk component can heavily sway the eventualities the hearing seeks to establish, taking into account the intricacies of the Arthur hearing process. Preparation becomes pivotal. So the key points are, is she a flight risk? Sorry. Is she a flight risk? Okay. What would Georgia Cappleman point to convince Judge Everett that she is a flight risk? That she's wealthy, that she has a passport, that she has friends with pilot licenses, she has friends with boats. Is that enough? There's no, Charlie, let me take you back to Charlie Adelson's Arthur hearing. The way they demonstrated a flight risk to him on that specific element was looking back to what he said in the Dolce Vita recordings, which was, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport, right? And see if anyone can guess what the state used to indicate Donna's flight risk. Other than the fact that she was arrested on the fucking jetway boarding a plane to a non-extradition country and recorded on the jail call hot mic planning said evacuation of the United States. So those two had some real substantial demonstratives to show the court genuine concern over risk of flight. But the same thing does not apply. The same thing cannot be said about Wendi. The fact that she might know someone with a pilot license, is that enough? The fact that she might know someone with a boat that could take her out to international waters, is that enough? I'd be a bit worried about that with all the fucking stuff they're doing to the Venezuelan drug runners at the moment. Just, they're not even boarding. Hey, can we come aboard and look at your papers? No, they're just fucking blowing them up in the water. It's crazy. What else have we got here? Potential danger to the community. What could they... I don't see anything that they could demonstrate that with regards to Wendi Adelson. And also previous criminal record, well, I guess that's squeaky clean as well. So when it comes to what the state needs to provide to the court to support the idea that she should not be granted bond on a non-bondable offence, what have they got? And then of course there would be restrictions such as electronic ankle monitoring and making sure she's got the right guarantors. I mean, all of that she can do. So let me just go back to if Christina's answered the question. Well, she has a better chance at bond than Charlie and Donna for sure, but I think Georgia would fight hard. Absolutely. I'm absolutely not saying, I think she'll definitely get bond. I'm exploring the criteria, right? Wendi isn't going anywhere, says Lee. She's innocent. She's said it many times, and Ben and Lincoln have no interest in picking up and moving to Vietnam. She doesn't give a fuck what they think, believe me. It's not that easy to just flee the country. It's ridiculous. Yeah, she's not going anywhere. It's just not the thing. Christina says, I agree that the bullet points seem to favor Wendi, but I believe Georgia has some gems we don't know of, and she will be prepared to fight tooth and nail to keep her in. All right, well, let's go back and imagine what that might be. Georgia's not going to have any gems for risk of flight. Potential danger to the community. No, I don't see anything like that. Previous criminal record, no, she can't really touch any of that. So the only thing Georgia could touch with stuff that she might have that we don't know about is additional evidence like WhatsApp messages or emails or location data. But the thing is that to get an Arthur hearing granted, you don't need to necessarily cast doubts on the state's evidence against you. You know, it'd be interesting to have a look and see if you could get an Arthur hearing of, you know, say that they had a murder weapon and your prints were on it. That's very strong physical evidence, right? There was blood on your shirt and it's the same match of the decedent, you know. Could a person like that, who was no flight risk, no risk to the community, no previous criminal record, could they get an Arthur hearing granted? We don't know. Should we try and look up that? When was the last Arthur hearing granted? The last hearing that was granted January 24th, 2019, which was granted and led to his release on February 11th, 2019, if it refers to the general legal process, well, who was it? What did he do? I don't know, maybe we're spending too much time on it. What else have we got in the comments? So by that time, I believe the evidence that has accumulated will be strong enough after all at the time to hold her, but she has a shot. Well, I'm not sure. I don't think. Let me just see if there's anything in here about evidence. You've got that term, proof evident, presumption great. What did that say again? Conditions for bail often hinge on the crime's gravity. This is conditions for bail, not criteria for having bail granted. If bail is granted, the conditions of that bail that is granted often hinge on the crime's gravity and the accused's past actions, notably if it's up to the prosecution to show proof evident, presumption great, indicating no doubt in the commission of the crime. There is doubt, it's just whether it's reasonable. Without satisfying this requirement, the court might lean towards conditional release. The rigorous... Hang on, let me just read that again. Notably, it's up to the prosecution to show proof evident, presumption great, indicating no doubt in the commission of the crime. Okay, so that's the line, Christina, isn't it? That's the line that you're hinging this on. If Georgia has extra things to show, proof evident, presumption great, no bail. But without Georgia satisfying that requirement, the court might then lean towards conditional release. This rigorous evaluation ensures that while the defendant's rights are safeguarded, public safety is not compromised. Such hearings, as a result, often create a paradigm of comprehensive deliberation, embedding deep legal acumen into the judicial proceedings. Certain facilitations, such as submitting credible guarantors and allowing for technological monitoring, So it comes, she doesn't satisfy, Wendi is good on like the risk factors: flight risk, danger to the community, previous criminal record. She ticks those boxes as being someone who could be granted bail. But when it comes to the proof and the weight of the evidence against her, it's up to Georgia as the prosecutor to show proof evident presumption greats. I quite like that for merch as well, you know. Proof, what is it? Proof evident presumption great. I'd like that on a t-shirt myself. Proof evident presumption great. Anything else? Any more information on here? Role of the defense and prosecution. Okay, let's have a look at that. Both the defense and prosecution present evidence and arguments at an Arthur hearing. The defense strives to show reasons for release. Okay, so what would those be? She's a single mother, 2 boys that have had their whole family taken away, and they're being hounded by the press. Wendy needs to be out there to protect those boys. You know, bringing minor children into it will be a stronger factor than Donna saying, I have wax in my ears and need to go and have a fucking day at the spa. So the children work in our favor for that. While the prosecution highlights risks and supports continued detention. Essentially, it's a battleground for legal tactics. Well, we like the sound of that, don't we? Where compelling stories are drawn from evidence and procedural expertise. The prosecutor's role is to hammer home the points of danger and potential for absconding, aiming to convince the court of the necessity of custody. Yeah. On the flip side, the defense carefully builds its narrative to counter the prosecution's stance, utilizing documented evidence and witness testimony to negotiate lower bail or release conditions. Critical to this process is the defendant's ability to dissect the prosecution's claims with strategic counterarguments that reinforced the accused's candidacy for bail while promoting the assurance of the court's compliance. This legal tug-of-war is documented comprehensively in many law tutorials that expound on Arthur hearing requirements. Strategically, defendants' attorneys might use character witnesses, alibis, or anecdotal pieces as pillars bolstering their side, keeping in light the Arthur hearing's stringent protocols. God, that's a bit... strategically, defendants' attorneys might use character witnesses, alibis, or anecdotal pieces as pillars bolstering their side, keeping in light the Arthur hearing's stringent protocols. Ultimately, the judge's decision stems not just from legal statuses, but from the cogency and credibility presented by both parties. Well, Georgia Cappleman's not anything if not cogent and credible. Just one more, and then we'll move on to the video. How outcomes influence the trial. The outcome of an Arthur hearing can shape the trial's progress, affecting the strategy for both parties. A ruling for custody could lead to significant logistical and strategic implications for defense attorneys. On one hand, should bail be granted? There lies a greater opportunity for defendants to prepare unhindered alongside their legal team, enhancing their robustness of their defense. This leverage is profound, dictating several trial dynamics from preparation strategies to court appearances. However, pretrial detention can paradoxically inspire keen oversight into the prosecution's fabrications or exaggerations. Pretrial detention can paradoxically inspire keen oversight into the prosecution's fabrications. How so? As attorneys rally to bolster their clients' credibility, the psychological bearings arising from either fates often determine future engagement with the judicial procedure. An accused released on bail often has an air of perceived favorability. An accused released on bail often has an air of perceived favorability during their actual trial in their civilian attire. Yeah, right. I mean, that is quite a big deal. I was trustworthy enough to be let out on bail. You know, it's a better look to come into a trial like that, isn't it? I think Casey Anthony was out on bail, wasn't she? Was that? Did she get out on bail? Casey Anthony granted bail. Yeah. Casey Anthony was granted bail multiple times after her initial arrest in 2008 and was ultimately released from jail on July 17th. It's close, isn't it, to Dan Markel murder day? So it does make a big difference. Preparing, yeah. All right, we're done with that, I guess. Interesting stuff, though. Yeah. The Arthur hearing will be what will be the first thing that she wants to play for. And I thought about that because somebody said that it will be a quick trial. And I'm not sure if you mean like that Wendi Adelson will get a speedy trial, like I demand to have a speedy trial. Because if she gets out on bail, would she want a speedy trial anyway? I mean, the further in time you get away, the more there's a lot to be said about distancing between trial and the defense, trial and the offense, the crime. There's a thought that certainly makes some sense to me of the further in time you are away from the event in question, the better it is. Yeah, but I'm not sure if we meant she'll have a speedy trial and not wait, or whether once it starts, it'll be quick. Either way, we just don't know at the moment.
Day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay, so the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay, do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your two sons the day before his murder?
No. I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing, or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Oh, but nothing late, like 11.
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6 I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, you know, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime.
I mean, she does. Wendi Adelson, this fucking amnesia thing. I mean, amnesia is the word for it, right? Because she performs as if, you know, she's been in a serious car accident, right? Crushed from the neck down. Brain, half her brain was missing in the accident. The doctors have done an experimental treatment to regrow her brain through her taking a pill, the brain pill. You know, she's had a brain pill, and her brain, this is the first person that this method has ever been attempted or tried out. You know, she's the guinea pig. They went to her next of kin, they said, listen, we can't do anything, but we do have this experimental procedure that we've been waiting for an opportunity, and it's not the sort of thing that we can go to the public for what do you call it, clinical trial, because everyone in the public has both halves of their brain, but Wendi, she only has half of the brain, so she can either stay like this forever, or you can take a chance and take the brain pill. And that's exactly what GlaxoSmithKline are going to be calling it, just the brain pill. It's one pill, you eat it, and your brain grows back. And that's what she performs like. Someone, you know, now they're asking her basic questions like, who is the president of the United States? And she says, John Kennedy. Do you know where I was when he was shot? You know. They say, repeat this sentence. I pledge allegiance to the, and she says, United States of America. She's just like not passing the, I don't even remember what the question was now. What is it?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
We got a new one. We got a new face twitch. What was that? I'm going to call it the quivering sphincter, the quivering asshole. The quivering, did you see that? Quivering asshole. Asshole. Wendy's face. It's lips, chicken ass lips, and then over to the side, over to the left side, her left side.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
Oh, there we go. Quivering sphincter. Again, all of these things, if you went into any middle school tomorrow and said, listen, take me to your drama department, everybody in there could act better than this. It's basic, it's lazy. You know how lazy Wendi Adelson is. That's her whole thing, right? I don't think it was Tallahassee that she really hated. It was people expecting her to be an adult, right? Like Professor Markel, I know that he's always been driven and, you know, from some young age when, you know, Phil told us that he came to him and said, listen, I want to go to Harvard. I've heard about Harvard, I want to go to Harvard. He's like, I don't remember how old, but very young, say 10 or 12 or 15, I don't know. I don't remember. And he just made it happen. He found out what was needed to get in and just, you know, set a goal and just did it, you know. But I think certainly after the boys were born, you know, people go through stages, don't they? So you got Dan and Wendi. Dan was only 33 when he met Wendi, right? 1972, and they met in August 2004. So about to turn 34. Young man. And even the high achiever that he was probably, you know, still a little cheeky, or, you know, I don't know. I don't know much about his character, obviously, because we've only been privileged to see a few bits. I mean, all we've got to go on is his writings, and most of that is from a much later stage. But if we assume that he follows the normal path of development, at 33 years old, he would have been less mature, you know, more, I don't know, you know what I'm trying to say? No kids, meet a new girl, early 30s. There's a pretty good standard that can be assumed, even though he was this like very academic, high achieving legal mastermind and all that. I mean, he still had fun, right? Then the marriage, problems at the marriage. 3 years later, Ben's born. Excited, new dad. A year and a half later, Lincoln comes along. And I think at that stage, you know, the reality is, and this would have been fucking obvious, yeah, to Dan and to Wendi, but let's do Dan first. It's obvious that in terms of bringing home the bacon, I don't know if that's appropriate to say in a Jewish household, even in analogy. Let's say bringing home the brisket. If he's bringing home the brisket, he's the one that should be bringing home the brisket. He can make the most money. He can work at a level that's more highly paid. So if there's going to be a split in workforce between, you know, this fairly young, married, new set of parents, it makes sense for him to be the brisket earner, and for Wendi to have more responsibility, like in the home. I mean, I don't want to sound like I think like that in general, but or that she should stay at home at all. But I don't know. I mean, you see what I'm saying? If she was making more money, I'd say it the other way around. It just sort of makes sense that if setting up your life and giving your children the best opportunities and all of those things and blah, 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 as security, let him do the lot of the work, because he's better. He's more skilled. He takes his job seriously. He's driven. He's proven that. He didn't cheat his way into scholarships and cheat his way and probably suck some cock to get some fucking you know, whatever it was. And from Wendy's perspective, this was a major, major thing, right? Because even though he was probably nice about it, essentially what he's telling her is, I'm better at the job than you, so I'll do more of the job, and, you know, you keep your job, obviously, but, you know, maybe you could, you know, get off early so that you could pick the boys up, because I'm going to be going around the country doing lectures, because I'm in demand, I'm in play, and they're paying me big bucks. So I'll do that. You know, what would the alternative be? Oh no, I'll give up all that high-priced fucking jet-setting lectures across in New York University and blah, blah, over here and over here and over here. I'll give up writing all my papers so that you can go and pretend to teach, when most of the time you manipulate one of your fucking girlfriends to take your classes. That doesn't make sense. So what Wendi is essentially being told, even though in a I'm sure in a kind way and in a logical way, is you're not as good as me. Right? Oh, can you imagine what that did? When she's been told her whole life that she is this golden fucking superstar that conquers all. Suddenly, someone who's actually a qualified and decent professional academic is looking at her with that kind of look like, you know, you're below par, lady. I don't know how you got these degrees or whatever, but you're below par. You're substandard. Can you imagine how damaging that would be to Wendi, when all her life she's been told that she's like this scholarship-getting, valedictorian, blah, 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 focused. I studied very hard in my classes. I got a clerkship to the 7th Circuit or whatever it was. Straight out of law school, Brandeis, clerkship for the judge, whoever, I can't remember his name. And all of those things that were just like, oh my God, she's setting the world on fire. Oh, Cambridge, wow, oh, you know. And then suddenly Dan's looking at her like going, yeah, well, okay, I've got to go and do some like real work, not pretend work like what you do. And I in no way think he ever spoke in those terms, right? But I imagine that she could feel him seeing that within her, you know. And when it comes down to those stages of life, you've got their meeting when he's 33 years old. You've got their marriage when he's 35. You've got Ben being born when he's 38. You've got Lincoln being born when he's what, 39, or I think it was, yeah, no, it would have been 37 and 39, his age, and then he's shot at 41. So in those stages of life, I imagine as we go up the ladder, more and more he's wanting to kind of get shit in order, just because that's a good, sensible, kind thing to do. I mean, you've heard the way his dad speaks. His dad speaks and says things like, you know, Dan was passionate about education. He enjoyed teaching other people his theories, and I'm sure loved working them out with others, right? So he wanted to be in education. And Phil, whenever Dan made this decision, you know, couldn't quite wrap his head around that. He was like, listen, you know, you've got this great education from Harvard, from Hebrew University in where is it? Jerusalem. You've got all these things. Why don't you go and get a job at a really good firm, put a chunk in the bank, and then go into education and give back, you know, much later, more towards the end of your career when you've used all your young energy to make some fucking money. That was Phil's view. But Dan wanted to give back. But I imagine as he went up and up and up and up that ladder, more towards, you know, and then with the boys, yeah. Where did I start this point? I forget where I started this point. Was it someone's comment? I don't know. I think we've said everything we need to say. I don't remember what it was. Christina says, you know John LaRoe has his argument well prepared. Fucking A, he does. Fucking A. I mean, do you think it's really going to be him? Maybe we should do a poll on that, because I've gone back and forth with that one. In first place, I thought absolutely yes. Then I was thinking, well, you know, maybe he's more of a not so much of a litigator and more of a, you know, behind the scenes director of the deal. Not too sure on that one, whether he's going to be actually representing her or not. Like, you know, in terms of being the guy that's up at the podium. Speak less QD says she's guilty. We all agree. She's rich, powerful, and connected to federal courts. She'll never be indicted. Well, isn't Donna? I mean, not quite in the same way, but certainly rich. Certainly has friends in high places. If it is a case of Wendi having some higher up pull the strings to keep her out of cuffs, I'd say it's more likely based on a threat. Like if she's got some photographs of Judge Everett's boss's boss's boss sucking off a Cub Scout, that could be compromising. They let her out on bail, but it got revoked or something. Casey. Oh, I've forgotten about that now. Her family members who were also rich and connected. I doubt very much she will testify, though. Yeah, no, I don't think she'll testify. I mean, she'd be a fucking idiot to testify. How's that poll doing? So we've gone up to 25% think she will not be arrested now. And that's on 92 votes, so that's almost dollars to donuts. Why do people say that anymore? I bet a donut now costs about $13. How much is a donut? God, I would never. You could not pay me $13 to eat a fucking Krispy Kreme. I would just throw that thing in the ocean. Wendi is the power player in the family. Her parents are rich and have rich friends. I don't know how powerful. Wendi is an attorney with attorney friends, judge friends, academics, and billionaires. Yeah, well, you know, that does happen. You know, it's not. And that's one of the reasons that's made this case so compelling, is because it's a fine example of white, privileged, rich, connected people not getting out based on those special connections or how much money they have and things like that. I'm not saying that never. I'm not saying that no rich people face justice or that it's just blacks or whatever, you know. I mean, obviously there's a mix, but I think a lot of people feel like that this is an example of white privilege not meaning anything. And in some ways, it's become something of an example of that. So it would seem a strange one to kind of backtrack on that journey and go, well, okay, we're gonna let the rich white girl out based on her connections in high places. You know, it's like when it's sort of become the poster case of the opposite of that. But maybe. Wendi is cold, calculated. She has a better chance of doing it again than being indicted. Well, you know, maybe you're right. I guess it's to play for. Christina says, well, she suffered severe trauma under the reign of terror that was down Markel. You may not speak. When he's acting, it's as irritating as it is pointless. Every jury has seen her for the liar she is and will never be fooled by her. Yep. Family put her on a pedestal. Absolutely. She deserves to be behind bars along with Harvey, all of them, maybe even Ben and Lincoln. Yeah. Arrest Ben! Arrest Ben and Lincoln! Should that be a new merch t-shirt? Arrest Ben and Lincoln now. TikTok. TikTok, Ben. Oh, I love it. I love that. That's great. That's going in our irony section. Dan was built for challenge. Wendi is a precious underachiever, isn't it? That's where I started with the point, is that Wendi Adelson is fucking lazy. That's her fucking problem. Doesn't want to lift a finger. You know? When she finishes her orange juice, she holds up her empty glass and looks at you. You know what I mean? Shaking it around. Without even saying anything. Just shaking an empty glass of orange juice. Fucking bitch. I bet Donna was up at school every day saying her kids would never. Would never what? I'll do 3 years for that, for the hell of it. Well, careful what you wish for. She was celebrated for achievements like being ready to eat a meal in a restaurant. Oh, she's so brave. Oh, what she did. She picked up the pieces and she's now going to a fancy restaurant. I can't imagine how fucking dull it would be to have... Are these comments on the screen? Oh, yeah. I can't remember how fucking dull it would be. Maybe we should make them big. Oh, no, we'll just leave it like that. I can't remember how fucking dull it would be to have 2 lawyers for parents. I don't know about that. What do you think we're doing? Studying criminal justice here for fun. I mean, there's loads to it that's good. I mean, first of all, I don't even think about Wendi Adelson as a actual lawyer. You know, I think she helps people fill out forms. She's a charlatan. Dan Markel, on the other hand, I mean, the passion that he has for process, I can dig that all day. My daughter is a princess. She would never say a naughty word. You better not punish her. But I suppose having two parents as opposed to one Wendi Adelson would be better. My old man would arrest fancy. Well, you need some fancy cuffs. In extreme punishment, Dan was making $180,000, and shortly after $190,000, and Wendi was making $35,000. I don't think she was making only $35,000. I don't know where you're getting that information. If you can confirm, I'd be happy to have that proven, but I dispute it currently. Cook a meal up every now and then. Dan also got the option while salaried at FSU to take 1 year off and work after Lincoln was born. Yeah, I heard that. You're also describing why she absolutely detests our Queen Georgia. Yeah, for sure. Seeing some real talent measured against her nothingness. Fix me a sandwich. Blasphemy. Welcome, Metric. John, how you doing? We're adding Easter eggs to your channel. Well, as long as they're not any ones shaped like a Toyota Prius, I'm happy. Where's Wendy's baby bump photos? Odd, we've never seen any. I've seen one. I don't know where. It's been a glorious tangent. I support this tangent. Please continue. He does have history with her. I'm pretty sure even connections to federal court won't give you a pass when it comes to a murder charge. Well, they can, I mean... Especially if she's got compromising situations, which, given her promiscuity, could be something serious. Why wasn't she tenure-track professor? Why adjunct? Well, she was just junk. Why couldn't she ever get a job? She doesn't want a fucking job. She wants a free ride. Candace Ram. Right, I've got to get through these comments. Spot on. See, I always get to comments like you're spot on about 10 minutes after whatever it was I was spot on about and then don't know. Wendi has thwarted career these past 8 years. She is not a super successful, connected person. She is a pariah. A parasite pariah. Oof. That's a good one. Parasite pariah. How do I spell parasite? P-A-R-A-C-I-T-E. Is that it? Someone put parasite in the comments, spelt correctly. Parasite pariah. That's nice, isn't it? Make a little t-shirt out of that. Like a piranha. Ah! Parasite, pariah, piranha. So we'll do a fish with the head of Wendi Adelson. Pauline Hasselgrave says, Wendi, been playing the it was my brother, it was my mom, but she one who cried to mom and brother. She knew they would kill Dan, but Wendi not get off with this because she killed Loy. Not just cried to mom and brother, but overstated, stoked the rage of their ire, stoked the fire of their ire, right? That's another good one. We've got to do something with that. Stoke the fire of my ire. We're going to be doing poetry episodes soon on Metrics. Eliminate the bad seeds. Veggie Girl, one of our fantastic True Crime Metrics members. Everybody should become a member on YouTube and on buymeacoffee.com and on Patreon, or take your pick. They're all great memberships. Please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Also, PayPal. Links in the description. We just launched our new merch, which is fantastic, even better than it was before. And we're now doing zip-up hoodies, at least for the cheeseburger merch. Links in the description. Please do like the video, subscribe, like, share, leave a comment, and enjoy. She lies so much. There's lots of lawyers out there fighting for Dan. Harley D, how you doing? Good to see you, man. How's the hernia operation or whatever? Are you back in the cockpit? Well, flashback to the other night's live stream. I just discovered that watermelon came from the Americas from Africa. Well, I don't even remember that. I think you mean the Americans, African Americans, came from the Americans from Africa. Well, flashback to the other night's live stream. I just discovered that watermelon came to the came to the Americas from Africa. Well, yeah. Nothing grows in America. Only without Monsanto. Monsanto, we need you. I retract that comment about full lawyer parents. I actually love lawyers. Yeah, they're all right. Well, yeah. Look at Erin Brockovich, right? I mean, she was great. And, what's his name? Ed Mazare. Don't you just love that actor? What's his name? Albert Finney. Albert Finney, is it? I think we should all watch Erin Brockovich after this. I heard those salary amounts in the book about Dan's murder, Extreme Punishment by Stephen Epstein. Yeah, I'm not convinced by that. There's quite a bit wrong about things that he said. I do believe she was talking about 35 grand funded salary, but was granted an 80k salary. Yeah. That's what I believe as well. I do believe she was taking a 35 grand funded salary, but was granted an 80k salary at the threat of Dan Markel leaving the university. granted an 80k salary at the threat. What do you mean, at the threat? Who's threatening who? Oh, did I skip your comment? Ah, you skipped my comment. I was like, I'm next. Well, let me go back to it, Veronica. You're one of our favoured, preferred viewers. Where is it? What, this one? Wendy's acting is irritating and pointless. Even every jury... I read this. You must have gone out the room. I'll read it again. Veronica Schneider says, Wendy's acting is irritating as it is... Okay. Wendy's acting is as irritating as it is pointless. Every jury has seen her for the liar she is and will never be fooled by her. It's pretty easy to see, isn't it? But, you know, the juries that have been already don't fucking matter a shit. And she's probably not going to testify in her own trial. Her lawyer will do the talking and paint the picture for that jury. So, you know, whatever she's done in front of other juries really has no bearing on her verdict. Ah, Parasite with an S. Thank you. I will correct my thing. Thank you, David. Thank you, Christina. Or a young calf chewing its cud. You see what I mean? When we get to comments like that are out of context because I'm so far behind, I think they're works of art in their own right. Or a young calf chewing its cud. We were talking about southern foods. We were talking about southern foods and I mentioned watermelon and you said that was racist. Now I remember. Yeah. Because it was at Chief Mac's barbecue. Yeah. I was just kidding anyway. You don't remember during the Chef Mac rant saying watermelon covered in bacon. Right. I get it. I'm there now, guys. I'm there. I'm with you. And further commenting on the origin of watermelons with a wow strikes me as a bit sus. Honeydew wrapped in prosciutto is the real meal. Wow, yeah. That's Adelson level. That's canapé city, baby. You skipped again. What? What am I skipping, Veronica? All right, I'm going to go back all the way. What the fuck is going on? Well, why don't you just post it here and jump the queue? Look, I'm at the end now. You've got the floor, Veronica. We're waiting. David says, referring to the image Wendy on pause right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, got it. A young calf sucking its cud. All right, Veronica. No one say a word until Veronica's had her big comment. We'll play this while we're waiting.
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012, sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you had described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than a talker, but he does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce?
Veronica, are you on Discord? Was it you that just joined the other day? I don't remember. Sorry. Oh no, it was Nikki. Veronica, you really should be on. Oh, you did. There you are. There you are. There you are. So just send me a message on Discord. There's no censorship here. Don't let those YouTube fat cats tell you what to think. Get on the fucking Discord, Veronica. Send me a message, or put it in the. Well, yeah, just send me a message, and then I'll read it out. Fight the power.
Or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV. And that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No,
Okay, so they moved.
they did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property.
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you
After I had left,
before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markel?
he did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Okay. Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
Okay.
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
Has the prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object. I have a question.
Let's go sidebar.
Look, by the power of Instagram, we have a message from Veronica Schneider, who says, Wendi simply was not ready for marriage or children yet. Stuck playing mother to Jibber's kids. She hated it. Once he was gone, she let them with their grandparents, I guess, and went to whore around exactly the life she wanted. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucking simple, isn't it? It's exactly that, you know. She was pushed into that marriage by her mother, you know, who said, you've got to, look, Harvard educated. I've been through everyone on J-Date, and this guy's Harvard educated, Oxford educated, Jerusalem educated, Hebrew University. Oh, he's very, very academic, very, very good. This is a good match, you know, because... You know, if she'd have played her fucking cards right, look at Lady Macbeth. Do you think Lady Macbeth gave a shit that her husband had a better job? No, she found a way to make the situation work for her, right? Wendi, is there ever a better candidate for Lady Macbeth? Jesus, that's scaring me now. When shall we three meet again? in thunder, lightning, or in rain. Thank you for your comment, Veronica. Finally. Picture uploads are disabled on the Metrics Pics channel. Let me sort that out.
Proceed, Your Honor? Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your...
Try that, David. I've enabled attachments, so you should be able to attach a file now. Image or whatever.
parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
By the way, guys, I am going to change Discord around a bit soon, as soon as I find a day, because I think we can employ some more logic here to make it better. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's nice. Let's show David's picture. What do we have here? This one. Yes. Yes. Look at this one, Soap. Where has it gone? Ah, try again. Desktop. Yes. Ah. Look at this one, Soap. It's Mr. Cow. Say hello, Mr. Cow. You would like to give him a kiss. Just a kiss. Very nice. Thank you, David. Everybody go and share pictures on Metrics Pics. Pics on Discord.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
All right. Any second now, we're going to see the Wendi Adelson mask split drop. Right, two faces, one person.
That means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
Oh no.
The state isn't going.
Shit. Oh, it's so quick. It's so quick.
Immunity is freedom
Try and
from
get it.
prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
Oh my God, it's hard to get. It's hard. It's there though. Just give me a second.
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
That's not quite it either. But you see, Wendy's right side of her face is the continued mask. And the left side of her face, her left, is something else. Something vile. Oh, it's so quick.
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Well, you do
the
now,
life
don't you?
insurance policy
Unindicted
that the state was
co-conspirator.
asking you about. Have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. And you stopped letting Danny's parent, or Mr. Markel's parents, see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay, do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Pretty direct.
Yeah, we've been in discussion the last few weeks. It's not a fucking commercial property purchase. You know, how long does it fucking take? Can we see the boys? It's not like you're buying a fucking row of houses in a developing area, you know. It's grandparents. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks, and after they put in their next round of tender, we'll be able to open up the escrow.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you,
By me, yes.
right? And that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't
They
they?
very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is the, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister.
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, through the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat the, can you?
Guys, David says 20 years trying to leave my mark. My degree is in fine art, and my degree is in fine art. My degree in fine art is at last redeemed. Okay, there we go. 20 years trying to leave my mark in the visual arts, and this is my moment. For 20 years in the making, we've got to show it again. The Mr. Cow! Love it.
Okay,
Phrase the
so
question for
did
me.
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not.
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this witness? If you do, write it down. We'll go sidebar.
A few jury questions. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why don't you remember nothing? Didn't you take your brain pill? Ho! 1,000 views. Nice round number. Everybody leave a like on the video and buy us a copy. Buy us a copy. Copy our coffee. Buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com to celebrate 1,000 metrics views. What a great number, huh? What a great number. How many likes? Did we get 1,000 likes? We better. Let's check. Everybody go and leave a like on the video, for fuck's sake. You're here, we're here. There's 163 people in chat. And only 124. Oh, look. There's 48 people that could leave a like right now that are here live watching. Do it right now. Like the video. Do you like what I'm doing? Is that helping with the flashing? Press that like. Press that like. Press that like. Press that like. What about this one? Boom. 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 Come on, jury questions. I gotta go to sleep. 7 a.m. We have to go to Bangladesh, where we can live like normal people. Bangladesh, here we come. Every little movement feels calculated and purposefully delicate. She's a little flower, David. She's a petal. Just a little tiny petal. What about our poll? So what are we doing on the poll? Okay, 26% yes before the end of the year. God. I still really don't know where I would put my bet. It wouldn't be on 12 months. I can see reasons for it to be before the end of the year. I could see reasons for it to be within 6 months, and I can see reasons that it won't be at all. It's difficult. Let's end that poll.
Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died.
Yeah, well, 5 years, so I can't remember anything after 5 years. It's a long time. So I had my memory refreshed. I went to Fort Lauderdale and I got the yellow pages and I looked up a doctor for memory refreshing. And I went to the doctor, he gave me a brain pill, and then he said, "Step into the memory machine, Miss Adelson, and I will zap you with my memory refresher." They got a doctor for everything in Fort Lauderdale, don't they? I mean, you could go to Fort Lauderdale right now and say, "Okay, doctor, I have a problem with I can't think of something. Sorry. Bail."
And I'm sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died, and a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television?
Because of all of the penis I was getting. More like a boyfriend in terms of cock.
Television that had to be repaired.
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
Okay. And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years, and I used to...
Yeah, so give me a medal for that. 2 full years I had to put up with those weird Canadian Jews who were always coming round and trying to say stuff about Dan that I didn't want to hear.
parents do. And then I found out that, that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency. And I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Well, how would that work?
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Cappleman.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? If you could take someone else's kids and just put them in a foster home. And then when the actual parent goes to the foster home and says, I think you have my children, they say, no, we got the form. Signed, they're our children now.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Okay, thank you.
Garcia.
No follow-up question for you.
Magbanua.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Katherine Magbanua was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Cappleman?
No, sir.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further? Anybody need her any further? Magbanua?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
God, she's out of there like a
Hold on a
flash.
second,
Look at
Ms.
her.
Adelson.
Oh, you're arrested.
Subpoenaing Rob.
Put your hands behind your back, Miss Adelson. Look at Sigfredo Garcia. He doesn't look very happy, does he? He knows what's what.
All right. You remain under their subpoena.
Your
Right,
Honor,
to you.
Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and...
Yeah.
You can communicate with her.
Sorry, Your Honor. Miss Adelson has a flight the fuck out of Tallahassee, back to a real place. Yeah, no, she's got a reservation at Yo Sushi.
About any arrangements. If you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we need to come back.
Okay. All right, last thing you're going to get this afternoon is probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question. So this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are three kinds of immunity. There's transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. The type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her. She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her, nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked the question.
Oi! Wow, we got through the whole of 2019 in one show. I think 2022, Katherine Magbanua's retrial, is going to be a little bit longer. But the good news is we get to see Christopher DeCoste tear this bitch up, right? The biggest grilling she's had. You know, we know that George has ridden her hard in Charlie's trial, in Donna's trial. No further questions. You know, but nobody, you know, Chris DeCoste's legacy will be that he pissed her the fuck off in front of a crowd, baby. I don't know if we're going to be doing it tomorrow. If we are, it'll be earlier in the day, or later in the day, or at some other unusual point in the day. But we did promise, I don't even remember who it was. Was it you, Veronica? No. Who did we promise the Prince Andrew interview? It might have been, maybe it was Veronica. Anyway, we promised a Sunday fun day with the Prince Andrew interview. He's been in the news a lot lately. He has those titles stripped. And back in 2019, God, it's funny, it's the same year. Oh, it was you. Okay, good stuff, Veronica. You see, check out the memory on this. I don't need no brain pill. I don't need no experimental... Yeah, he had those titles stripped. He's got to move out of Royal Lodge, and the threat and premise is becoming ever more closer to a reality that he might face time in jail, which would just be absolutely great. What a thing to see. What a thing to see. Go and spend your time in fucking Wakefield. HMP Wakefield. Have fun, Andrew. Yeah, you'll love it. There's lots of sexual exploitation. Just upon you. All these guys coming and running down the corridor in the jail. I fucked the prince. Maybe. But, you know, that probably won't happen. He'll probably have a really comfortable time in jail. But the good news is his 2019 interview with Emily Maitlis was a fucking car crash. And just brilliant. She did a great job. He did a terrible job. He went against all good advice from the palace to not do this. The crown itself said, do not do this. He said, no. I can handle this. I'm Prince Andrew. I'm a negotiator. It's what I do. And he just embarrassed the fuck out of himself. I have no recollection of ever meeting that woman. No, that was a shooting weekend. I have a peculiar medical condition, which is I don't sweat after I had what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline when I was shot at in the Falklands War. It's the gift that keeps on giving. The first time I watched it all the way through, I sat there slack-jawed, and the minute it was over, I put it right back to the beginning and watched the whole thing again. I don't know if we'll do that, but it's only about 50 minutes long, so it's not exactly a full show. We'll see what we can do about that. Or maybe we'll just do a short show for a change. Who knows? Come back tomorrow, find out. Fuck around, find out. All right, let's wrap up these comments. Veronica with the Andrew Mountbatten. Mountbatten Windsor. Prince Andrew interview is my favourite train wreck of all time. It is very good. It is very good. It's I don't know, I mean, John, who was the Democratic candidate at the same time as Obama and Hillary, 2008? What's his fucking name? John... I gotta find out. I can't not remember that. Democratic candidate John 2008. John Edwards. He's got a couple of good ones too. We'll get to John Edwards, don't you worry. There's a lot more footage available of him as well. It's a fun ride, man. Oh, yeah. Christina. I think Wendy got the better of Krista Coast. Really? Well, I guess we'll find out. I've never heard anyone say that. I have a tendency to be a little too honourable. You were staying in the house of a convicted sex offender. It was a convenient place to stay. I describe Mr. Epstein's house as something of a sort of railway station, if you know what I mean. Right, I can do the whole thing word for word. Don't worry about it. We're going to be going through the whole thing piece by piece tomorrow on Metrics. What time? Who knows? Maybe a little earlier. Maybe Sundays should be a little earlier. We're trying to find what works day to day. We had a lot of fun on the early morning, early bird special last Thursday at 8:30 in the AM with True Crime Metrics, the man that starts your morning right. But yeah, no, I think we want to do that going forward. But it wouldn't be great just to know all the time what we're doing and when? And then you'd know, and then I'd know, and yeah. Tribcolia, says John Edwards. Yeah, fucking awesome. And in some ways, the John Edwards story, in some ways, kind of gets tied off in a I don't know if I want to say a nice way, but it doesn't exactly end horribly. Apart from a few bits along the way, a bit of a nightmare, but you know, there might be a way to tie it off good in the Metrics version. All right, mate, get some sleep. Good night. See you later, everybody. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for moderating. Thank you for chatting, super coffee go getting, super sticker giving. And we did that backwards. Anyway, we're going to say good night. We're going to say have a happy fucking Sunday. And we'll see you in the PM sometime. PM. Safe drive home. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Boom.